Good morning. No,
Hello.
good afternoon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it is afternoon here.
So we're just waiting for 4 o'clock. So they'll open this webinar to students.
Okay.
Hello, welcome
Hi.
to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Christy Johanna, and I will be your moderator for this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by University of Southampton. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome the representative from University of Southampton, Ms. Dori Chow. Ms. Dori Chow, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my slides. Will be able to see these?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks again for hosting this webinar. I'm Dr. Dory Chow. I'm head of teaching at the Department of Strategy, Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Southampton Business School. And today I'm going to lead the webinar, and also we'll have an alumni who just completed the postgraduate program with us, who is Patri Pastelita Surrey. So I'm going to give an introduction to Southampton, the city of Southampton, University of Southampton, and then we'll talk about Southampton Business School and our programs. And we'll discuss what is it like to study business innovation and entrepreneurship in the digital era. And this will be a conversation with Patri. And we'll end the webinar with the Q&A. So the city of Southampton, as you can see from this map, you can see it's located on the south coast of England, and it's about 1 hour away from London. It's one of the best cities to live and work in the UK, and it's one of a very young city in the UK as well. And as you can see, it's a great location with a lot of fantastic facilities. For example, we got our own theaters, a great city center with a lot of shopping malls. It's very close to the sea as well, and it's very green. So University of Southampton, we got 157 years of history. It's one of the top university in the UK. We are one of the Russell Group University as well. It's like an Ivy League university in the US. We're also top 100 university in the world. At the same time, we are very true global university, as we have over 6,500 international students from over 100 countries. So we got 7 campuses across the world. Actually, the main campus is Highfield campus in the UK in Southampton. But we also have a campus in Winchester and also Malaysia. We got a lot of resources for students. We create a great virtual environment, especially during this transition due to COVID. We got Wi-Fi access across the campus, 5 libraries, a lot of gyms, and also sports centers. And we also got a new central building, who is quite right next to the business school. So a lot of students has enjoyed, the latest facilities of Southampton as well. And we got great accommodation. We got 10 university halls of residence for all international students, including those who enroll to our pre-sessional program. You all got guaranteed accommodation. And so all accommodation is around 5 to 30 minutes from the main campus, which is the Highfield. And we got share rooms, ensuite rooms, and also 24-hour securities. And if you live in the accommodation, the bus pass is actually included in the accommodation. And we got a lot of support for students other than our great facilities as well, including student services, enabling services, and also campus security. And for international students, we also have these meet and greet services to welcome you even when you just arrive in the UK from the airport. So we're also one of the top universities for employability as well. We rank it top 120 in the world for the best institution for employability, and in the UK as well. And also actually our placement team in the UK just won the best placement team support in the UK. So Southampton Business School, other than what I just talked about, the general information about Southampton, we are also one of the top 20 business school in the complete university guides and also QS ranking. We are also double credited. We got AACSB and also AMBA, and we're on the way to Equus as well. So we offer a range of master programs, including accounting, finance, business analytics, marketing, strategy, innovation, entrepreneurship, and also international management. So as I just mentioned, we're very strong in employability, especially our graduate. 98% of our graduates actually got employed within 6 months after completing their degree. And we got great careers and employability support as well. We got a very huge, very strong database for the labor market. We got the e-mentoring support as well, the career fairs. Of course, due to COVID, we run it virtually this year. But even we want to show students that even during this difficult time, we still do our best and try very best to support our students in terms of their careers and employability. At the same time, we engage very closely with a lot of industry partners. And also when we are teaching, we adopt very innovative platform, for example, Ripen. So it's a chance for you to get to learn from the industry, from different businesses as well. So we incorporate this kind of platform in our teaching, in our different modules in terms of assessment. So you'll be working with different business when you're doing your assessment. And at the same time, we got a lot of different fundings. We are one of the most entrepreneurial university in the world, and we got the #1 global university business incubator with 13 spin-out companies. So we got a lot of fundings and also support in terms of supporting students' idea, supporting their startups. We use a lot of different events. For example, we got these 100 Big Ideas competition this year. And so all students at Southampton send through different sort of business ideas, and we pick 100 winners, and each one of them will win actually 100 cash prize. And we also have the business clinics to answer any students' question about their business idea and how to further develop their idea into something more commercialized, viable. And we also support them in terms of like IP issues. So you'll get advice from not just staff or even like business mentors across the UK. And business school actually offer a lot of different scholarship for our postgraduate programs. If you got equivalent to 2-1 in the UK university, you get £3,000 scholarship. If you got a degree, undergraduate degree complete at the first class equivalent to a UK first class degree, then you will get £5,000 scholarship. And we offer a lot of different scholarship for our MBA programs as well. So I just want to quickly talk about our department, my department, which is the Department of Strategy, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship. So it's a small group, but we got around 15 colleagues from a very diverse of background. So we got 15 colleagues from 13 countries. And these are our postgraduate program, including business strategy, innovation, entrepreneurship, digital business, and international management. So I think as a student, when you look at like very distinctive postgraduate program, you might be wondering, so which one should you're most suitable for? So I would suggest you to look at a range of our expertise. For example, in our department, we are very strong in innovation, the internationalization, and the growth strategy of the business. And then also entrepreneurship. Myself, I'm an entrepreneurship scholar as well. We look at how to support academics to start their own business, how to support students to start their own business. And we also bring a lot of knowledge about innovation, technology transfer. We also bring very specialties, for example, like sustainable innovation, social entrepreneurship. So it's a department got a lot of special expertise, and let's look into the distinctive features for our program. So for MSc International Entrepreneurship and Management, this program is really suitable for those who want to start out their own business and also to grow it. But at the same time, it's very suitable for those students who got family business and want to grow their family business as well. And this is actually quite common. And also, it could be for those students who are interested to be employee in a startup business in this fast-change business environment. As for our business strategy and innovation management program, it's really suitable for students that wants to be employed in an innovative business or like a high-tech business, especially if you want to be involved in the innovation or strategy roles. And of course, if you own a business or you just start a business and you want to develop the strategy innovation aspects of how to run a business or grow a business, this program will be perfect for that as well. As we actually have a student got very diverse background in this program, for example, from IT engineering, and they are not sure about like how quickly they can integrate knowledge from IT or engineering to just general business management. So this program is suitable for them to integrate their knowledge because it's very relevant to the strategy, especially the technology strategy or the business strategy, and transfer their knowledge into something commercialized viable. And of course, we got the digital business program as well. This is a very interesting program, quite new in the UK as well. This is for those who want a career in digital business and want to learn the latest development of digital business as well. And you get introduced to different digital tools to launch a digital business. So for our programs, you will be introduced to a lot of different concepts about and tools about innovation strategy and entrepreneurship. And we'll also bring you a lot of different case study in regards to the contemporary issues in these areas and the latest development. For your dissertation, you're going to write a 15,000 words dissertation, and it's a project to allow you to explore the contemporary issues more in depth as well. And you'll be supervised by our colleagues from a range of really wide expertise. And there's really good chance for you to establish contacts with industry as well. So be a part of the Department of Strategy, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship. You don't get to just to learn from what you have learned from the lectures. You can actually change the mindset of what you think about business by participating proactively on the discussions in the modules, the research seminars, and also there are a lot of extra curriculum, for example, field trips or student competition, as I just mentioned. So you should definitely make sure to engage with all the seminars and also with the industry expert we invited to all modules. And then also take the most of the benefit from the field trip we organize. So this is a field trip we organize for one of the module when we talk about service innovation. And we use one of the most like classic example, Benihana, in the lecture, and then we take students to a restaurant to experience the service innovation. So to do a master program in the UK is really not just about to get a degree. It's really a good chance for networking as well, because it will allow you to meet a lot of students from very different backgrounds and to establish this relationship. And then also, since we are really close to London, so you should really take the proactive approach to establish your network, to meet business people in Southampton, in London. And maybe you can use your dissertation project to build a contact as well. So what do we expect from if you are one of our students? So I bring in Patrice here today to share her experience. What is it like to study business innovation entrepreneurship in the digital era? Hi, Patrice. So please introduce yourself and also the program you did with us.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Halo semuanya. My name is Putri Pusvita, or people usually call me Pus. My background was in e-commerce industry, but I am a digital student alumni. In general, I learned about in digital business, I learned about how to start and grow the digital business and learn the key of business development, such as like sharing economy, peer-to-peer marketplace, and basically it's like I learned about how to use technological and build the business.
Great. So what led you to the decision to choose your program?
I think I have several back then. I have several uni that I need to that already compared. Yet I found the universities of Southampton have the best modules. So I take a look closely about the modules and focus and Southampton like offer and focus on business growth and strategy. And in this program, honestly, it's allowed me to tailor my need. As an example. If I'm interested to marketing, I can choose like the optional module that related to marketing, such as like advanced digital communication, marketing in digital age, like that. So it's really tailored that your need. That's why I choose University of Southampton.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's great. So what do you actually study in your program? Can you talk about the module, core modules, and also, as you just mentioned, the optional modules, right? But what are the core modules you have studied in Southampton?
I think it's like a combination of three. It's about the business, it's about the marketing, it's also about the technology. So I learned a lot about that three, how to build the business using the technological tools, and and they teach me about how to make a good strategy in by using the current market trends and also current case studies. So we have facilitate to being exposed by that.
Great. So then what's your favorite module then? Can you talk about your favorite module?
Honestly, I have two favorite models. The first one is digital entrepreneurship, and the second one is Teach by You, the innovation and technology transfer. Both have like the similar kind of teaching style, because they not only give me the theories, but they also give us the newest and current market, because my background as an e-commerce expertise, so I keep updated with the what happening in digital business and also the innovation. And then after that, they also invite like a top-notch speaker or guest lecture, which it's really enrich my knowledge as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. So do you think, you just mentioned you got some previous experience in the industry, right? So do you think that previous experience matter? Like, is that compulsory or mandatory for doing a master degree?
In my opinion, it helped, but I don't think it's necessary or mandatory if you have like a similar program with your chosen modules or program, because at University of Southampton teach you with a very basic one. So I think even with your different background, you can follow it seamlessly, and everyone can follow it. So everyone can just join.
So we start with some simple concept and then lead you to more advanced, sort of like more critical thinking as well, and then introduce you to a wide range of case studies. And I think the discussions, can you talk about assessment? Like what are the main assessment you have taken in all most of the modules?
Yes, the most of the module have like the combination of two. The first is the individual group, is mostly about you writing the essay and do your critical thinking about that. And the second one, it's really help for a business student to have a group coursework, because you get used to communicate with people from who have a different perspective, because we also have like a diverse background. Like my friends come from like a Middle East, Europe as well, and also the Southeast Asia. So it like again expanding my knowledge from a different perspective on the business and also market trend about digital business in different country.
Yes, in most of the modules, we do have two assessments. We'll start with a group assessment. And in my own module, I think group assessment is a really good chance, not just for you to establish that relationship with your peers, and then also get to learn each other as well. And after, by working together, get to know a specific topic, and then you can apply the knowledge to your coursework and do even better, because you already learned how to apply that and get some feedback already. Yeah. So, so what led you to the decision to study in the UK then?
First, luckily I got a scholarship from Chevening. That's why I choose UK as my master degree country. And then why I choose Uni Southampton, because I think mostly in Indonesia, people not really good at the cold water, and the Southampton has like the warmest water compared to other. It is the southest, like you mentioned on the PPT, it is the southest county, and it is the warmest. So I need to be a comfortable, have a comfortable weather during my study. And other than that, of course, Southampton has like over me a lot of like a top world facilities, such as like they are Russell Group, one of the Russell Group, which it's really good, and then one of top 100 university, and it's near to London.
Yeah,
it's a plus for me.
Yes. Yes, I think I love Southampton for that reason as well. Actually, I got degrees from Southampton as well, having staying in Southampton for more than 10 years. And I really love how green Southampton is and how warm Southampton is and how close it is to London. So it really is one of the safest, and I feel really safe. And people here, here are in general very friendly. And also I really enjoy the malls, the shopping malls we have. Like it's quite rare to it's right down at the city center. It's around 30 minutes from the campus. It's a very convenient city. So then what about the facilities of Southampton? Do you enjoy the facilities in the university?
Yes. I think they have a very complete facility. First, because of I'm a Muslim, so that's why Muslim prayer is one of the facility that I prize of. And then there's a library. There's also a cafe, and I think personally, I really like to stay at the library because it's very comfortable, especially at level 3, because I can bring my food during my study there. So I think Southampton have like a very good facility to support the student.
It sounds like you enjoy your life in Southampton very much. But you mentioned you're Muslim, right? And how is that easy to get access to halal food, do you think?
It is. In fact, there is two halal restaurant near the campus. There is Uni Kebab and also Star Chicken, and like only 10 minutes from campus, there is a halal supermarket. So it's a very accessible to halal food. You don't need to worry about non-halal food. You can just buy it in Southampton.
That's great. So where did you live when you were studying in Southampton?
Because I bring my husband during my master degree, so I rent a private rented near campus.
So what was your husband doing when you were staying in Southampton?
Luckily, he also pursued his MBA at Southampton, and also offered Southampton offered him the scholarship as well, partial scholarship. So we both pursue our master degree there.
Wow, that sounds amazing. So, do you think it's a very good environment for like a family or couple to studying as well?
It is honestly, because of the people are friendly, the weather is good, and like it's not a big city, so it's just like near to everywhere, and it's a very complete city that you can find anything in Southampton. So I like
so do you join
Southampton.
any society in Southampton?
Yeah, we have, because I'm Indonesian, we have Indonesian society, and it's pretty big society, around 50 member who join the society. Yes.
Okay, that's great. So I want to wrap this up by asking you some more practical problem, because Patrick was really one of the, not just a traveling scholar, she was one of the best students in her cohort as well. So how difficult do you think it was to pass a module?
I think it's not that difficult, because Southampton already facilitates you with a lot of good facilities, such as in business school, we have an access to Harvard Business Review, like the recent market trend and everything. You just need to read more, and then you also have like a very good supervisor, like I do. They will help you for your problem and anything. They also have like, if you have like something like mental something, I mean, like they can help you about everything that you can tell them.
So just to sort of like to benefit, to take the most from the facilities, and then also the support from a school, or the academic support, whatever you can get, right? So what about your dissertation? What did you write about in your dissertation? And what kind of support you got for dissertation?
Okay, my dissertation is about the e-groceries in Indonesia. So I do the research about the e-groceries, and the support is really good. Like I have like 5 until 6 time meeting with my supervisor, and also I have before I do my chapter 4, I have like a data consultation with the PhD, which it's helped me. It's really helped, like how to translate the data into insight and into a valuable meaning that that will be helpful on the chapter 5. And then they also have like a writing class, which it helped me as not non-native speaker to write how to make a grammar good and everything. So it really support my dissertation as well.
Yes, it's my pleasure to be your supervisor as well. So so we do offer a lot of support. You got a supervisor, and you are entitled to 1-hour meetings. And then on the top of that, we also offer a lot of different supports for writing up the dissertation in terms of the language, and then also in terms of the data analysis as well. So I think thanks, Patrick, again, for sharing your experiences. And I hope this answers a lot of questions or any doubts you have about Southampton. So we are willing to take any questions you have now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Dori Chow and Ms. Putri, as the alumni from University of Southampton. Now we will begin the Q&A session. I will read the questions that's already asked in the YouTube live chat. So the first question is from a 12th grade student that will graduate on June 2021. So he's asking, can he directly apply to year 1 undergraduate program, or must he enter the uni preparation?
I think it will be great if you can contact our international office in these regards, because different country do different sort of like a program to prepare them for the university. If you can contact Lizzie, then they'll be able to help you. And also, can I remind you, if you're watching this webinar now or later, can you scan these QR codes, and it will help you to get more information and lead you to the right person to discuss, any question you have about Southampton as well in terms of application. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the second question. Second question, asking about the MSc in International Entrepreneurship and Management. To apply to the program, do you need GMAT or not? If yes, how much is the minimum score?
Do you need what? Sorry, can you repeat your question again?
GMAT.
Yeah.
GMAT. Oh, sorry. No, you don't. You don't need GMAT. We don't ask for GMAT or GRE. But if you do, then it will be one of the advantage of yours, right? But you don't.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. The third question. Someone asked about is there any scholarship in MSc in business strategy, and is there any maximum age for applicants?
Yes, it's for general MSc program. We got the £3,000 scholarship or the £5,000. It looks at your undergraduate academic performance to decide. And so if you when you're applying, then you'll be informed how much scholarship you're going to be offered. And usually they offer to you apply automatically. You don't actually need to make further application for your scholarship.
Okay, so next question. I think especially because you're explaining about your program, the strategy, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and especially because now the UK is opening the chance for international students to apply for 2 years working visa, right?
Yes.
So does the university offer some kind of support for international student, Indonesian student that might want to open business over there to be an entrepreneur?
Yes, as I mentioned, we got a lot of events to sort of inspire students' idea in terms of their entrepreneurial ideas. And then we also got a lot of fundings, and then also the small business clinic that you can get a free consultation for your business ideas as well. And actually, the International Entrepreneurship Program was one we got the very first graduate got rewarded the Tier 1 entrepreneurship visa in the Southampton University as well. So we do have a really strong track record of supporting students in terms of starting off their business in the UK.
That's really great. I think it's a really great program, especially right now, like this year,
Yes.
since they're just opening the.
Yes, and I actually have some great news about our graduates as well. Even during this difficult economy, we do have some students. They are very brave to decide that they're going to stay in the UK, and then they have already found some job opportunities, in London, in different places in the UK. So, and of course, they have to work online at the moment, but it's still possible. It's not like unlikely, even for international students during this economy. Yeah.
Really great. So I think like the next question, I think Miss Putri can answer for this one, because someone asked about
Sure.
like the preparation to survive academically and socially over there. I think you can share your point of view as an Indonesian student that already studied in the University of Southampton.
Okay, sure. The preparation before intake is first you need to learn the language first, because there's a minimum IELTS score before you go to MSc. I think it's 6.5, right, Dori?
Yes.
Yeah. And then you need to prepare your motivation letter and also your reference letter to intake the MSc. So yeah, you need to start writing your motivation letter, why you choose this program, why you are right student to be part of this program, and the reference letter. At least you need to have 2 reference letter to register as an MSc student.
Okay. So if I may ask, as an Indonesian student over there, what is the biggest challenge that you faced previously? Maybe you can give tips to the students that have interest to join Southampton University. Like,
Yeah,
is there
the
any
big the biggest challenge, I think, it's about the weather, because UK is sometimes they are also always raining, and the gloomy. Yeah, the weather is, you need to really prepare yourself, because here in Indonesia always sunny, we always have a sun. So sometimes maybe 1 or 2 months, first 2 months, you need to adjust yourself to the weather and also the food, because we get used to very spicy food, and the UK stand more a bit bland, I think. So you need to just bring spices a lot, but don't worry, we have like international supermarket that also sell Indonesian spices. So I think Southampton has all.
And bear in mind that we already have the best weather in the UK.
Yes, yeah.
So think about other cities, right?
Think about other cities.
Okay, we have another question here. I am interested in games design and art bachelor degree. It mentioned that on the entry requirements is all applicants will need to provide a portfolio of artwork. Is this a digital portfolio or can it be a non-digital portfolio?
I think, from a applicant point of view, I think you can definitely relate your experience to a bit more to the program you're applying to. So not necessarily, if you apply for digital business program, you definitely need a previous experience in digital business. More we want to see is the reason why you find that beneficial to your future career, or what sort of like motivate you to pursue a degree in this, in these specialties. So I think when you are, demonstrating your portfolio to the university, you should let us know, the reason why you want to study this program, and also do you have any relevant experience that will really help you? Because when we have you, we want to make sure you get your degrees as well. So what can support you to complete your degree? Yeah, what's your strengths to complete your degree?
Okay, thank you very much. Last question, I think. So maybe Miss Putri can answer it again. Is there any
Sure.
chance for like Indonesian students to work part-time, like while they're doing their study over there? And if there's any, what kind of job that usually students take over there?
Okay. First of all, if you are still, the status of you is still a student, you are have like 20 hour per week to work, so you can work as a part time. maybe you can work as a waiters or helping cafe and everything, or even you can work at university, because sometimes university also have like a job vacancy such as a library assistant, brand ambassador. They also pay you for that. And after the graduation, yes, Southampton also have like the career and employability department, so they will help you to find a good job, and also they will review your CV. Honestly, I already used that facility to review my CV, and it's really helped me to find my next job.
Okay. Okay. I think like that is the end of our Q&A session. And just reminder, you can connect with the university representative through the information that is still shared on the screen. Okay. And thank you for watching. And we'd like to remind you, the viewer, that today is the last day of EHEF Indonesia events. Do not miss out the chance to talk directly to the university representative through our virtual fairs. You can access it through our website event, through our website event.ehef.id. So thank you for watching, everyone, and see you in our next session. Thank you, Miss Dori Chow,
Thank you,
and
everyone.
presentation and sharing. Okay,
Bye.
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 Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Christy Johanna. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by University of Strathclyde, Glasgow. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome the representative of University of Strathclyde, Glasgow. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you everyone for joining this session on cultivating entrepreneurship at the University of Strathclyde. So I know that through our work in Indonesia that at a kind of individual, higher education and government level, there's a strong push towards increasing opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship across multiple sectors. And we at the University of Strathclyde have entrepreneurship and innovation at the heart of everything we do as a university. That has been a focus for us for many years, since our inception, really. So we were founded back in 1796 as a place of useful learning. Our founder, James Anderson, wanted students to be able to apply their kind of learning and their knowledge in very useful ways in terms of career, but also in terms of kind of innovation, development of products and services that could help society at large. Two examples of that early innovation were James Blythe, a name that's probably not necessarily familiar to everyone, but his invention certainly is. So he was an early pioneer of harnessing wind energy. So he built a windmill in his back garden and worked out a way to harness that energy, and really was a kind of precursor to the massive potential that we see today in wind energy as a renewable source. And then the second name is probably a bit more familiar to people. John Logie Baird, inventor of the television, studied engineering at Strathclyde back in the day. So we have a rich heritage, and although that's in the distant past, that kind of focus and harnessing of entrepreneurship and innovation is very much at the forefront of what we do today. One example of this at the university is the Strathclyde Entrepreneurial Network. So this is a hub, a department within our university, which kind of allows entrepreneurial ideas to kind of grow and flourish. It's a kind of shared space where people with various business ideas, or even people who just want to kind of explore entrepreneurship and innovation as a theme to kind of cultivate ideas themselves, they can share a space and connect with various people across the network. So just to give some example of the scope and the impact of this network, in the last 30 years, the university has formed more than 60 spin-out companies with a cumulative annual turnover of £130 million and employing 900 people. So actually over that 30 years, more than 200 startup companies have been supported through the network. And this happens in various ways. So obviously at the forefront of any kind of innovation or entrepreneurial journey is the idea. And we help to kind of cultivate those ideas and bring those ideas to fruition. And there are many stages along the way where we can support you in that, from a kind of initial one-to-one business meeting with a specialized advisor. We also host monthly business model canvas workshops. So these are workshops where students can help to define the elements of their idea and help that come to fruition as a viable business opportunity. So in the last year, for example, we've helped around 50 students to kind of get their business idea onto paper and begin to develop that business plan. And then we have a larger scale annual company creation conference. So this is a free one-day event where students can come and get the tools that they need from a series of specialized advisors to help, again, bring those ideas to fruition and develop those business plans and really kind of take that jump from an idea and a plan to a successful business venture. So as I mentioned, there are a number of different aspects to the entrepreneurial network and stages at which we provide support and help from a team of experts. So a team of experienced mentors who are Strathclyde alumni or entrepreneurial alumni from Strathclyde itself, many of whom support funding opportunities and provide funding for budding startup companies. So there's a lot of kind of financial support there, as well as the kind of knowledge and expertise of our entrepreneurs. So just some examples of recent startup success stories at Strathclyde. So first up, we have Lat 56, which is a premium luggage brand, which recently announced a 4-year partnership with the McLaren Formula One team. So that gives you a sense of the kind of scale and the scope of some of the entrepreneurial success stories we've had at Strathclyde. We also have the Finlay & Co. Personalised sunglasses brand. So they have had great success in recent years with high-profile celebrities, including Meghan Markle and Sienna Miller, as you can see in the photos, sporting their brand of luxury sunglasses. So these guys, founded by David Lockhead, who's a Strathclyde Business School graduate, they've been very supportive in helping with the Strathclyde Entrepreneurial Network and helping future successful entrepreneurs to kind of provide advice for them in starting up their company. And we also have Victoria Hamilton of Recoil Knee Pads. So she saw, through her father as a kind of tradesman, she saw a gap in the market for specialized knee pads for primarily for kind of trade employed individuals. And so this was very much a kind of idea from the kind of conceptual stage that she's taken right through to being a very successful business, and actually is now in kind of many of the main kind of construction supply distributors across the UK. So she's secured some big wins and rather large contracts as a result. And one other success story I'd draw your attention to from an international perspective is Swipey. So Swipey is a loyalty program for small and medium-sized enterprises in the UK. And Chitra Sharma, who was one of the founding members of Swipey, he founded the course with his friend Louis Shena, who he met while on the MSc International Marketing program. And they devised this idea for a customer loyalty program for small, medium-sized enterprises. And Chitrish was actually successful in gaining admission. So after going through the initial stages with the Strathclyde Entrepreneurial Network and developing his business idea, he was able to apply for the Tier 1 Graduate Entrepreneur Scheme. So this is an entrepreneurial visa which the university can sponsor if they see your business idea as being particularly viable and there is scope to kind of develop the idea through our network of expertise and the resources we have within the Entrepreneurial Hub. We can sponsor you on this visa. You can use the facilities and resources of the Entrepreneurial Hub to get your idea to fruition over that 2-year period. So the success of Swipey, it was launched in 2014. It has premises in both the cities of Glasgow and London, now employing over 40 staff, and is the UK's largest customer loyalty and marketing programme. So as well as the Strathclyde Entrepreneurial Hub, in a kind of teaching and more academic sense, there is a strong focus on entrepreneurship as well. So within our triple accredited business school, the Strathclyde Business School, we have a department known as the Hunter Centre for Entrepreneurship. It's named after an alumnus of ours, a very successful entrepreneur and philanthropist, one of the richest men in Scotland, Sir Tom Hunter, who has really given a lot back to the university, both in terms of supporting the Entrepreneurial Hub in helping new businesses and students to cultivate their business ideas, but he's also invested in the Hunter Centre for Entrepreneurship, providing bespoke advice and guidance on strategy, to the point where we have 3 distinct entrepreneurial focused programs at MSc level. So we have the MSc Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Technology, the MSc Entrepreneurial Management and Leadership, and the MSc Project Management and Innovation. So these are 12-month master's programs that combine entrepreneurship and innovation theory with very kind of industry-focused engagement in terms of the teaching and the modules of the course, but also in the final semester, the research phase of the master's program, which includes a virtual incubator project whereby students go through all the stages of kind of cultivating a business idea and creating a business plan, strategy, sales, forecasting, all of these kind of things through to kind of bringing that idea to fruition. And all of this takes place within a kind of a culture of industry engagement. So Strathclyde as a university prides itself on its connections with our many industry partners across the various faculties. And I would reiterate that. So although the Entrepreneurial Hub is based within our business school, we are a university who cultivate and encourage entrepreneurship across the broad spectrum of subjects, be it in engineering, in science, or across business. And that's reflected in the many partnerships we have with our industry partners. So the campus is the location for the Glasgow City Innovation District, which is a kind of hub for kind of entrepreneurship, innovation, and collaboration between universities, research staff, private sector industry, and also local and national government as well. So it's a place where, although it is on the university campus, there are many companies across a range of sectors who have their headquarters there or have a presence in the immediate vicinity and can collaborate with the research staff from the university or the various kind of research bodies that we have across the university. So you can see there 58 partner companies are already on site across a number of different sectors. So a very recent announcement, this was just launched last week, is Strathclyde Inspire, which is a new venture from the university that really puts entrepreneurship and innovation at the very heart of what we do as a university. So it encourages, it's part of our strategic vision for 2020 to 2025. So really putting entrepreneurship at the forefront of what we're trying to achieve as a university, and the tools and the skills that we're trying to empower our students with. So it encourages entrepreneurship in all forms. So in terms of kind of allowing people to explore ideas and explore their potential for entrepreneurial or innovative activity. As we've seen, it provides bespoke startup support from a team of experts who can tap into a range of resources to help bring these startup ideas to fruition. And it also offers support for kind of academic entrepreneurs as well. So perhaps academics who have conducted in-depth research or patents, and it helps them to commercialize their research as well. So it's not just related to kind of business or products, but research will be a strong focus of this as well. So there's dedicated support available from the wealth of alumni and entrepreneurs that have graduated from Strathclyde over the last decades. And as I mentioned, through the Glasgow City Innovation District, there is support available through our many private sector and government partners. So there's going to be a launch event for Strathclyde Inspire next week on Wednesday, 2nd of December. There's a link in the presentation contained here, which I can also share in the chat box after the presentation, and it's free for anyone to join on Wednesday, 2nd December. So for more information, you can consult the Strathclyde Inspire webpage, so you can find out more about how we're putting entrepreneurship and innovation at the heart of our strategy for the next 5 years. If you would like to discuss more with me, you can join the University of Strathclyde's exhibitor session on Zoom at the EHEF fair just now, so you can join me after the presentation there. And also my email address is there as well. So if anyone would like the presentation sent to them, you can join me on the call at the EHEF event, and we can arrange that for you. So thank you very much for your time, and I'd now hand over for some questions.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Now we will begin the Q&A session. I will read the question from the YouTube comment. Okay. So the first question is from a young student. She's still in the 10th grade. So she asked, like, what should she prepare right now to study at undergraduate program at the Strathclyde University? So, like, what can she prepare in 2 years to apply to the undergraduate program there?
Okay, so if she's looking to get into a business studies subject, we have business school courses at undergraduate level that are very flexible. So we have 3-year and 4-year degree programs that the first year of each of these programs is very flexible in that you study a range of different subjects, including entrepreneurship, as well as kind of the more traditional type of business subjects, whether it be management or accounting and finance or economics. So you get to study a range of different subjects in your first year, and then you would begin to specialize. Having experienced those subjects in years 2, 3, and potentially 4, that's when you would begin to specialize. As far as what she's studying now in year 10, 11, and 12, certainly business-related subjects. So if she's studying a kind of commerce stream, that would be beneficial. But there's no kind of specific requirements at subject level for our business school courses. We just look for solid grades, obviously depending on the stream. Whether it's A-level or IB, those entry requirements are contained on the business school website. Or if it's the local qualification in Indonesia, she would have to go and do a pathway platform, the kind of foundation program, which would, so actually with our 3-year BBA program, we have an international year 1 BBA through our pathway provider, which if she were to complete, she could then jump straight into year 2 of the BBA. So that's an opportunity for those who are studying the local SMA qualification.
Okay, thank you very much. I will read the second question. Second question, someone asked, can I get endorsement for startup visa in UK after I graduate from Strathclyde?
Yes, you can. So that's what the Tier 1 entrepreneurial visa offers. So students, when they're coming to the end or even at any stage through their studies, they can submit their business idea or proposal to the entrepreneurial hub, to the Strathclyde Entrepreneurial Network, and they can assess the viability of the business idea, and if they deem it to be have the potential that it can be taken to fruition and begin to develop the business plan and the structure of a company over a 2-year period with the support of the entrepreneurial network, then they are eligible to apply for the, I think it's 15 entrepreneurial visas that we can provide for students. So there is that option, yeah, and that would be a 2-year kind of entrepreneurial visa after graduation.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone asked, how would you describe academic pressure at the University of Strathclyde? What kind of challenge that usually international students face?
Was that academic pressure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's an interesting word. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it pressure. Certainly challenges, yes. Like at an academic level, I mean, our courses are challenging. They are demanding, and I think that's reflected in the quality of the kind of the qualifications. So you get nothing for nothing. You do have to kind of work hard for our degrees, and they are challenging. Having said that, I mean, the campus experience is a very good one. I mean, you don't take my word for it. Take the word of the many testimonials we have on our website, across our social media. We have a very active Indonesian society at Strathclyde as well, and a very active Strathclyde alumni network. And many of the alumni actually joined the EHEF events last year in Jakarta, and were able to support and talk to students about their very positive experience at Strathclyde, both in terms of the academic experience and the overall student experience. Glasgow as a city is a great place to be a student. It's a fun environment, and the academic experience is challenging, as it will be at all of the kind of European universities that are showcased today. But there's a lot of support available as well. So we have a number of different student support services. The one that will be of particular interest to international students is our international student support team. And they can give you guidance if you are having specific challenges. There's all sorts of support available, whether it's kind of help with English language. There are free in-sessional classes. So even once you begin your degree of study at Strathclyde, you can go to further English classes that can help you with the kind of they're tailored classes towards your course. So like they help you with that academic English to just kind of help you to kind of settle into the routine of study at a UK university. So there's a lot of support for those challenges.
Thank you for your answer. Someone asked, is it possible for a bachelor with lower second class honors but possess professional experience getting admitted to Strathclyde?
So it would depend on the percentage. So generally speaking, we would look for 60% at undergraduate degree. Now that's a guideline. We do judge each individual kind of application on its merits. And so there is some degree of flexibility, particularly as the student says, if they have significant work experience, and if that's related to the field of study, then that will be beneficial and hopefully kind of negate any negative percentage points or GPA. So yeah, I mean, I'd encourage that student to kind of connect with me either at the EHEF or via email, and we can discuss their individual case. But there is scope for kind of flexibility, particularly if students have work experience.
Okay, thank you for your answer. The next question, someone asked, like, he graduated from mechanical engineering. What kind of courses that like I can get in, like for entrepreneur program? Like what kind of entrepreneurship?
Okay, so with a mechanical engineering degree, there are a number of options. So if looking specifically at entrepreneurship, we have the entrepreneurial courses that I mentioned in the presentation. I think one that jumps out would be the kind of the MSc in innovation, entrepreneurship and technology, which is very much a kind of management, entrepreneurship focused program, but is aimed at people coming from a more technical background, which would certainly fit with the mechanical engineering undergraduate degree. That said, I did mention in the presentation as well that entrepreneurship is something that we promote and encourage across all of our faculties. So it's not just within the business school and the Hunter Centre for Entrepreneurship. So within our engineering department, that if he's keen to kind of focus on the kind of entrepreneurial side within the context of mechanical engineering or engineering more broadly, then there are options within engineering. So there's a course that springs to mind. It's an MSc in Global Innovation Management. And this is an interesting 2-year degree. 1 year is spent at the University of Strathclyde, and the other is spent at one of our partner institutions at the University of Technology in Hamburg, Germany. So there's additional European country experience there, which will certainly enhance the CV and employability prospects. So it's a jointly awarded degree with across two very strong engineering departments, and there is a focus on kind of innovation management. So drawing from your kind of engineering background and skills, but applying that to concepts and ideas in management, business, and innovation.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So next question. What about the placement year for undergraduate program? Can you explain more? Like, do you offer placement year for undergraduate program in Strathclyde University?
It very much depends on the course. So it's not something we offer as standard. It is built into some degrees, to some degree courses. With other degree courses, there's always, I think with most of our undergraduate programs, there is an industry engagement component. So I talked about the extent to which the university is connected with industry. So across all of our subjects, there will be kind of industry focused modules. We'll have industry come and engage with the teaching of the course through things like giving guest lectures. You'll be working on group projects that are based on case studies, on real life business scenarios, which are particular to your industry. So there's a lot of engagement through the teaching of the course. There are, for many of the courses, so I'm thinking if we're looking at entrepreneurship within our business school, the undergraduate programs have one of the classes that runs through every year of the undergraduate program is the management development program or the leadership development program for the 3-year BBA. And this module is very industry focused. Again, you'll have companies coming in and delivering seminars, but also there are short placements, industry placements with a range of options in that module. So the business school courses, for example, don't have a built-in placement year, but there's continuous industry engagement through that module. So, but it's really, in terms of placements, there are some that have a year-long placement. There are some that have shorter, perhaps kind of 10-week to 12-week placements built in, but it's really just dependent on the individual course. So I'd encourage that question for some follow-up, and perhaps send me an email, or we can discuss further in the kind of web seminar after this session.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question would be, can you tell us more about the life in around Strathclyde University campus? Like, how much is the living cost per month, or like what kind of social life that usually this international student go into?
Yeah. Okay. So I mentioned that we have a very active Indonesian student society on campus. That's part of a wider PIP Indonesian society across the city. So there is a Glasgow base for that as well, which brings in students from the 3 universities and multiple colleges across the city. So there's a strong representation both of Indonesian students, but also the wider international student population at Strathclyde. So Glasgow is a very student-focused city. It's, for me, it's a great city to be a student in that you have the best of both worlds. It's a large enough city that it has all the services and amenities that you'd expect from a big city. But it's small enough that it's very easy to navigate, very easy to get around. Our campus is right in the heart of the city centre, so you're right in amongst the kind of the social life that the student asks about. So bars, restaurants, cafes, parks, museums are all within easy reach of the campus and the university accommodation, which is housed on campus. So there's so much on offer within easy walking distance of the campus. I mentioned the kind of the student population across Glasgow. So students it's very much a student-focused city in terms of the services and amenities that are provided. And at Strathclyde, we have in any given year between 3,000 and 4,000 international students, which represents about a kind of 20 to 25% proportion of our whole student population. We have a very active and strong international student society who organise trips and events for the many international students. So it's a great way to kind of interact and engage with international students who are in the same boat as you, so to speak, and also the wider kind of student population across the university. So there's all sorts of opportunities with clubs and societies through our student union. Any interests you have, there will be a club or society based in the union for that. And also we have our sports union, which is affiliated with the Strathclyde Sport, our brand new state-of-the-art sports centre, and a number of different clubs and societies through that as well. So it's a fantastic campus experience, a great city to be a student. In terms of living costs, so obviously being based in Scotland, the cost of living is relatively less expensive than, say, London, for example. In Glasgow, we generally, so we would say about £1,000 per month living expenses, including all accommodation, food, travel general expenses. Travel expenses are really minimal because the campus is based in the city centre. And so everything you would need is within walking distance of the university. So generally about £1,000 per month. By comparison, if you were looking at study in London, for example, you'd probably be looking at closer to £2,000 per month. So certainly that's one of the kind of key selling points of Glasgow is how affordable it is.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a further question from someone that previously asked about the startup visa. So he asked again, is the switching from student to startup visa is self-funded? Like he already mentioned that it's around 493. Is it self-funded? Like to switch the visa from the student visa to startup visa?
I would need to look into that with our visa team. Visa support isn't my area of expertise, so it'd be remiss of me to kind of provide guidance on that. But if that student wants to contact me directly, then they can do after this session or via email, and I'd be happy to link them with our visa support team who'll be able to offer bespoke advice for that student.
Okay, maybe last question. For the documents to apply to the University of Strathclyde, can you give some tips for the students on their statement letter? Like what kind of statement that is expected?
Yeah, so it's a very important document. So both in terms of admission to the courses. So for our courses, part of the admission process and a very important part is your academic grades. And this goes for both undergraduate and postgraduate courses. So your academic grades are important, as well as the English language requirements. So generally speaking, we have an IELTS requirement of 6.5 for most of our courses. For science courses, it's 6.0, so a bit of flexibility there. We do also accept a number of other tests, which are all detailed in the English language requirements section of our website. So yeah, academic credentials are certainly a big part of the entry requirement. However, that statement of purpose, as the questioner rightly says, is a very important part of that as well. So what we want to see on that is all the things over and above your academic experience that kind of highlight what you bring as a student or an applicant to Strathclyde. So we want to see things like perhaps any work experience you might have, projects you've undertaken. You might even have undertaken some research papers, but also on the kind of more in terms of your personal skills or interpersonal skills. We want to see things like perhaps maybe extracurricular activities you're involved with, or clubs or societies. You might have done some volunteering. So all of these things can help to enhance your application. And where that's also important is in the awarding of scholarships. So we have a range of scholarships across the various departments and faculties. And these scholarships are awarded on merit. So a combination of your academic credentials, but also on the strength of that statement of purpose. So the stronger your SOP or personal statement is, then the better chance you have of being awarded one of those higher scholarships. And who doesn't want one of them?
Okay, that is the end of our Q&A session. And just a reminder, you can connect directly through to the University of Strathclyde Glasgow representative through the information that is still displayed on the screen. You can directly contact them. Okay, so we'd also like to remind you that today is the last day of EHEF Indonesia event. Do not miss out the chance to talk directly to the university representative through our virtual fair. You can access it through our website, event.ehef.id. So thank you for watching, everyone, and see you in our next section. Thank you for the representative from University of Strathclyde for your time for the presentation. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Christy Johanna. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the University of Warwick. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome Mr. Imran from the University of Warwick. Mr. Imran, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to the webinar session by the University of Warwick. My name is Imran Hashim and I'm the Warwick Liaison Manager for Southeast Asia. So what does that mean? It means that I am here to help you get to know more about the University of Warwick. If you're interested to find out, courses that might be relevant to you, please come to me. And also once you have decided to apply, I'm also here to help all the Indonesian students in the process. All right, so now I'm going to start sharing my screen and start the presentation. All right, here we go. Okay. Right. Okay. So today I'm going to be talking to you about why, you should be considering Warwick for your further education. That is the topic for today. Now, before I start on the reasons why, I think it would be good for me to introduce to you the university a little bit. Now, if you're not sure, the University of Warwick is located in the UK. We are actually only 1 hour away from London by train and 20 minutes away from Birmingham by train. So London is obviously the capital city, and Birmingham is the UK's second largest city. And so actually the University of Warwick, we are located in the city of Coventry, which is so close to the two of the biggest UK cities. And so for those who want to be near the action, near a big city, that's not a problem. In 1 hour, 1.5 hours, if you consider the bus ride from campus, in 1.5 hours, you can be in London. In about 35 minutes, you can be in Birmingham, right? Now, the University of Warwick, we have about 26,000 students, and a third of them are international students. And we have 4 different faculties, and I'm going to tell you more about these later. Now, don't worry, I see you're looking at this black and white photo and you're thinking, oh no, what kind of a place is this? Don't worry, this is Warwick in 1965, where that was the year that we started. So unlike some of the other UK universities, we are much younger, but within a short period of time, we have developed ourselves continuously, invested in excellence, and this is what you get today in 2020. If you can see the buildings, the brown color buildings at the bottom half of your screen, those are some of the accommodations that we have on campus. And these white color buildings in the background, these massive numbers of white buildings, they are the buildings on Central Campus. And that includes, of course, the library, the Warwick Art Centre, which is the biggest art centre outside of London, and then all the different faculty buildings. As you can see, everything is actually within walking distance. So you don't need a bus to go around campus. Walking is fine. Everything is near enough. And although it's it's not such a huge campus, you'll be able to find all sorts of amenities on campus itself. Like I said, of course, all the faculty buildings and library, but also there's a new sports hall which has been recently refurbished and looks and is spanking new with lots of facilities. You have also bars and cafes, restaurants on campus. You have a musola right in the middle of campus beside the art center for the Muslim students to pray in. And so lots of different facilities, even a bank and a supermarket in the middle of campus, right? It's a safe environment with a real sense of community. And I'm going to tell you more about that later. Now, of course, a lot of students would be interested to know what is the reputation of the University of Warwick. Now, we are a top 10 UK university. So even though we're a young university, within a short period of time, we were able to climb up the rankings ladder, and we are now a top 10 UK university with many subjects actually in the top 5, including subjects like business, economics, computer science, politics, and life sciences. Now, in the world, we are ranked number 62 in the QS World University Rankings and number 77 in the Times Higher Education University Rankings. So a very highly respected university indeed. I'm still going to talk a little bit more about campus and what we have on campus. So, within our campus grounds, you'll be able to find accommodation. This is Roots, one of the oldest accommodations on campus, and therefore it's also one of the cheapest. Then there's Jack Martin and Arthur Vic, and these are the two residences that you saw from the drone footage just now. This is the view from when you're, on the ground. Sherburn is one of our newest halls of residence, and Bluebell is the most expensive. And the reason why is because the rooms are the largest. They have the largest rooms on campus, and also Bluebell has ensuite rooms whereby the bathroom is included in your room. So that means you don't have to share bathrooms with anyone. So Bluebell is definitely, although it's the most expensive, it's also very popular. We have other dorms with ensuite bathrooms as well, just for your information. For example, Sherburn also has ensuite bathrooms, and in fact, more and more dorms will have that. Now I'm going to show a video of the activities you can find on campus. Right. So as you can see just now in the video, Warwick is a great place for you to lead an active lifestyle. But apart from all the different sports that are available on campus, we also have a lot of student societies and associations. For example, the Warwick Indonesian Society, they are quite active as well in organizing activities for Indonesian students. And apart from the Indonesian Society, there are so many different activities like, music, theater, drama. So we have, in fact, more than 300 clubs, sports, and associations for you to join in, one of the biggest numbers in the UK. So definitely when you're on campus, you won't be bored. Now, for those of you who don't want to live on campus, just, I want to assure you that those who don't want to live on campus can live off campus. And so we have over 400 properties in Coventry, Leamington Spa, and Kenilworth, managed by the Warwick accommodation team. Now, so like I said, Warwick is located in the city of Coventry, and so Coventry City Centre is quite a popular place for students to live in, those who don't want to live on campus, but Leamington Spa as well. And for Coventry, just to let you know, it's the 10th biggest city in England, ranked in the top 50 best student cities in 2019, with excellent transport links. For example, I already told you, 1 hour only to get to London, 20 minutes to get to Birmingham. So excellent transport links. And in 2021, the city of Coventry will be the UK City of Culture. And so there'll be, there have already been a lot of activities, cultural activities planned. Of course, with the pandemic, quite a lot of these activities are going to go online. But once things get back to normal, we hope that the activities will resume again. Apart from Coventry, Leamington Spa is also very popular. Leamington Spa is a bit more further away from our Warwick campus. So for example, from Coventry City Centre is about 10 to 15 minutes bus ride. But if you go to live in Leamington Spa, then it's about 30 minutes bus ride. And it's a student-friendly town with excellent transport links to campus as well. Now, I've talked to you about the facilities. I've talked to you about, campus, all the different things that are available on campus, the infrastructure. But actually, what makes Warwick really special in my mind, in my point of view, is that Warwick has a very vibrant and wonderful community. Because remember, you're not just choosing a university, you're choosing your home for the next for 1 year if you're doing a master's degree, or more years than that if you're doing undergraduate degree or PhD. Now, at Warwick, there really is a sense of community, and we have students from so many different nationalities, including, of course, from Indonesia. And I just wanted to showcase the delicious Indonesian food that sometimes gets served when the Indonesian students come together on campus, right? So Warwick is where top Indonesian students come together. And so we really attract the best and brightest minds from Indonesia. For example, a lot of the students who join us for the master's degree, a lot of them would have graduated from top Indonesian universities like Universitas Indonesia, Gajah Mada, ITB, and other top institutions. Warwick has been very engaged with the Indonesian community and with Indonesia as a whole. You might be interested to know, okay, I'm not sure how many of you can recognize the Indonesian man standing in the middle in this photo, but that man is actually Andrea Hirata. And he is the author of the novel Laskar Pelangi. I'm sure you know him actually. He's a very famous novelist, and we awarded him with an honorary degree, for his contributions to Indonesian literature. Another way that we got involved with, the Indonesian students and Indonesian society in general is by organizing the Indonesian Scholars International Convention. This was held, back in 2017, where we invited Indonesian students from all over the world to come to the Warwick campus and listen to speeches by Indonesian VIPs like the Mayor of Surabaya, Ibu Tri Risma Harini, as well as other key leaders like Didit Maulana, who's a leading designer, as well as the CEO of GE Indonesia. So lots of VIPs. And then at the end of the symposium, they were even treated to a concert by Tulus, who is one of my favorite Indonesian singers. And so we offer, University of Warwick, we offer a really vibrant life and lifestyle on campus. And when students graduate, they can also look forward to an amazing career. Now, our alumni from Indonesia who have gone back to Indonesia find themselves employed by some of the top and the prestigious organizations. For example, of course, Bank Indonesia. Indonesia actually sent quite a number of PhD scholars to the University of Warwick. Bank Mandiri also send their scholars to University of Warwick, and then of course when they graduate, they work at these banks. JP Morgan, you will find Warwick alumni. Geodis is a supply chain, international supply chain company. Allen and Overy is a prestigious law firm. Chevron, of course. USAID in the NGO sector, and also we have a lot of professors and lecturers who are alumni of University of Warwick teaching in Universitas Indonesia. And so we help our students to achieve their career goals by making sure that they are well supported in their hunt for a career after they graduate. So there's like a special website for them to log in, develop themselves, arrange for coaching, for example, CV writing coaching, interviews coaching, as well as giving them lots of access to the different placements, internships that are available in the UK, and jobs, of course, job opportunities in the UK. And something I'd like you to all know is that one of the wonderful things that have happened last year is that the UK government, they have changed the immigration laws such that now, if you graduate from a UK university, you can actually stay on in the UK for 2 years to gain working experience, to work in UK companies, right? So that therefore it will become much easier for international students to look for a job after they graduate. Now, a lot of you will ask, okay, so, if I'm interested in the University of Warwick, what are the entry requirements? Now, for postgraduate courses, we are looking for a bachelor's degree from an Indonesian university with a minimum of GPA of 3.0, but some of the more competitive courses, we will ask for a GPA of 3.3 with a minimum IELTS score of 6.5. But again, for some of the courses where it's a bit more competitive, we do ask for an IELTS score of 7.0. Right? So how do you apply? How, for those of you who are interested to apply, I always get questions from Indonesian students. How do I get the LOA? How to get the LOA? That seems to be one of the most common questions from Indonesian students. And the answer is simply make an online application through the University of Warwick website. And then we will assess your application. And then if you are successful, we will give you a conditional offer. Or if you have met all the conditions, we'll give you an unconditional offer. Now, what you need to prepare would be your degree certificate and transcript, your personal statement, the name and email addresses of 2 references, and your IELTS results. But if your IELTS results are not ready yet, you can submit them later, right? So if you don't have your IELTS result, you can just submit the other documents first. Later, when you get your IELTS result, you can submit them later, right? Application fee is £60, and the application deadline for the 21-22 entry is 31st of July 2021. For PhD students, you will need to find, you have a different, there is a different process for you to apply for a PhD. And so for PhD students, you actually need to find a suitable supervisor first. You need to go through our website, look for a suitable supervisor who is doing work that is similar to your area of interest, and drop an email attaching your research proposal, right? So that the professor can read your research proposal and decide whether or not they are interested to have you as a PhD student, right? Now, let's say the professor agrees and likes your research proposal and wants to have you as the PhD student, then you will make a formal application to the university. And for PhD students, there is no application fee, right? So there's no application fee if you are applying to do a PhD. Funding, right? Another popular question I get will be, what are the scholarships that are available? Now, the University of Warwick, we offer the Chancellor's International Scholarship. So 25 scholarships for the most outstanding PhD applicants in any discipline. So it is a very fierce competition that you will face if you apply for this Warwick's Chancellor's Scholarship. Full funding will be provided for the 3.5 years. And in order to apply, you will need to secure your research supervisor first. Right? So it's a similar process. You must have a supervisor from the University of Warwick. And then you must submit an application for the scholarship after you have a supervisor, right? So applications for this Chancellor's International Scholarship opens on 1st of August, and the deadline is 18th of January. There are also departmental scholarships, including scholarships from the Warwick Business School, from WMG, Law and Politics and International Studies, for example. So what you need to do is you need to visit the department that you are interested in, the academic department that you're interested in, to see if they are offering any partial scholarships. Now, these partial scholarships will be usually between 20 to 50% discount on tuition fees. And that's the website that you can go to check out what are all the different scholarships available. And the website will have the latest information with the latest details. Now, I'd also like to highlight that Warwick works closely with the Chevening organization for the Chevening scholarships, right? So the Chevening scholarship is a UK government scholarship for outstanding scholars with leadership potential. There are about 70 scholarships. Well, it depends on year to year, depending on the budget. So this was for like previous years. I'm not sure what the budget will be like for next year. 1 year is for a 1 year taught master's degree. So only applicable for master's students. Now, what are the requirements for the Chevening scholarship? You need to be an Indonesian citizen, and you must return to Indonesia after completing your degree, right? Of course, you must meet the academic requirements of the universities you have applied to, and you must have a minimum IELTS score of 6.5 and minimum of 2 years working experience at the point of application. Now, the Chevening organization works together with the University of Warwick, and we actually work together to fund these Chevening Warwick scholarships. Now, in order to apply for the Chevening Warwick scholarship, you just need to make Warwick as your first choice. So you just apply for the Chevening scholarship as per normal, but just then when you select your choices of the university courses that you want, a Warwick degree course must be your first choice. And then you can be considered for the Chevening Warwick scholarship. Chevening also works with one of our academic departments, WMG, and then there's a special Chevening WMG scholarship for all these different courses that you see on the slide, right? So some of the very popular courses with Indonesian students include MSc E-Business Management on the top, right at the top of the second column. E-business management, as well as MSc Innovation and Entrepreneurship. These are two of the most popular courses with Indonesian students. But all the other courses are just just as equally interesting. So for example, MSc Cybersecurity and Management is very good in terms of having good potential for employability, right? For you to get employment after you graduate, because cybersecurity is becoming a very important part of the digital landscape moving forward. In summary, Warwick offers academic excellence with our great reputation all over the world. We provide a wonderful student experience through facilities, support networks, and a close-knit campus community. So, like I said, that's like I said, I think I can't stress this enough. This is so important for me in terms of when I talk about the university, because at our university, you won't feel alone, you won't feel anonymous, because some of the universities, they're really huge. You can feel a little bit lost sometimes because these are such huge universities. But Warwick is a middle-sized university, and so there's still a strong sense of community and like a close-knit family feeling on campus. And then, of course, we offer excellent career prospects for our graduates. And finally, the last slide before I open my presentation up to questions and answers. That's a photo of me, as you can see. And that's my email address with my WhatsApp number. Right. By the way, don't be fooled. The background, the beach is not at Warwick. I was actually on holiday in Pulau Tioman in Malaysia. So don't expect to come to Coventry expecting to see the sea. All right. So yeah. So anyway, so there's just a quick of me on holiday. Right. And so if you have any questions, if you want to get in touch, if you just want to find out a little bit more, or if you're having any trouble with your application, please feel free to get in touch with me and I will be most happy to assist you. All right. So I have come to the end of my presentation. So I guess we will now open the floor up to Q&A.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Imran, for your presentation. Now we will begin the Q&A session. I will read the questions that already asked by the viewer in the YouTube comment section. So we will have the first question. Someone asked about the application fee. Is there any application fee to Warwick University to apply to the Warwick University?
Yes, there is an application fee, and the application fee is 60 pounds for the online application fee, right? So if you're a postgraduate student and you're applying online, you will have to pay 60 pounds for the application fee.
Is there any waiver for the application fee?
Yes, yes. In some cases, we will allow for a waiver of application fees, especially if you have applied for a scholarship, then it is possible to waive the application fee. But that is something that you will need to indicate when you are applying online.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I'm going to the second question. Someone asked, for someone that graduated but don't have first or second class honor degree, but have a great professional background, is it possible to get admitted to the Warwick University?
Right. Okay. So I just want to clarify, because officially on our prospectus we will say that we are looking for someone with an honors degree from so because in the UK you have the honors degree, so maybe first class, second upper, second lower, etc. Now for the Indonesian equivalent, because I know in Indonesian universities you don't have the same system. And so what we are looking at is your GPA from your university. So in terms of GPA that we are looking for, it will be 3.0 or 3.3, depending on your university, right? And so when I say depending on your university, it's also because, you know, in Indonesia, you know, there is accreditation A university and accreditation B university. And so for accreditation A, there is a different GPA cutoff. Accreditation B, there is a different GPA cutoff, right? And so if you want more information for the course that you're interested in, you know, what is the GPA cutoff, please feel free to get in touch with me and I will be able to advise you, because different courses have different cutoff points as well, right? So with your Indonesian degree, if you have an Indonesian degree from an Indonesian university, accreditation A or B, you will be able to apply to the University of Warwick.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a quite specific question over here. Someone asked, I'd like to know why is the Innovation and Entrepreneurship course owned by the WMG and not the WBS? What are the key differentiators of this course to other campuses in the UK?
Right, okay. So, very good question. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about WMG to better explain. Now, WMG started out many, many years ago as the Warwick Manufacturing Group. Now, and the Warwick Manufacturing Group, that was the old name. So, you know, which later became WMG. So the Warwick Manufacturing Group, they specialized in training people from an industry background and from a scientific background and from a technical background to give them the management, the management skills and the soft skills that these people with scientific and technical background that they need to go into senior management, right? So for example, you might have an engineer who wants to become maybe like do more marketing, for example, or maybe you might have a researcher, like a, you know, a scientific researcher who wants to move into human resource management, for example. So basically, WMG was there to help all these people with a more technical background and to orientate them with more soft skills to allow them to become leaders of industry after they graduate. And so that is why that gives you the explanation of why in Warwick we actually have two different management schools. One is WBS, Warwick Business School. Another one is WMG. So WBS traditionally they have pulled from, you know, the financial institutions, accounting, and all that. So more of the financial banking sector, whereas WMG has been more involved in the industrial sector. For example, the car makers. For example, fast-moving consumer goods. For example, or the people from a production and factory background, right? And so those are the differences between WBS and WMG. Now, for innovation and entrepreneurship, WMG, how they are able to help you is that when you apply for the course, WMG already wants to know what is your innovation, what is this business idea that you have, and when you tell us about your business idea and what your plans are, when you come to the WMG Innovation and Entrepreneurship course, we will help you to sort of develop your business idea and hopefully work on it so that by the time you graduate, maybe your business idea will be able and ready to be launched, to be put out into the market, right? And so WMG, the innovation and entrepreneurship process, is very hands-on, a lot of advice, not just from our faculty, but also from industry leaders. And there's also some connection, with, for example, venture capitalists and all that. And so there are some opportunities out there to help you launch your business idea after you graduate.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think that's really clear. We will go to the third question. Okay, hi Imran. As I am interested to pursue masters in relation to aviation industry, despite current challenges. Do you have any advice what postgraduate course that might cover this in Warwick? Thank you.
So which industry was that?
Aviation industry.
Okay, aviation industry. So for example, for aviation industry, so now if you are somebody who comes from a more technical background, for example, or more scientific or engineering background, we have this course called engineering business management. Engineering business management, right? And so definitely, if you're in the in the field of producing aeroplanes, manufacturing aeroplanes or related related services, definitely a course like the MSc engineering business management will be very useful to you. I would suggest that you get in touch with me so that I can give you a more detailed explanation about what are the kinds of modules that you'll be able to learn under this course.
Thank you very much. Someone asked about the LOA, as like current condition is unpredictable. How long is the validity of the LOA from the University of Warwick?
All right. Okay. So the LOA is always for the next year. So for example, if you're applying now, the LOA will be valid for you to enter the university in 2021. However, in some departments, if you cannot come in 2021, they might be flexible and they may offer you to defer your studies for 1 year. That is possible, but you need to make a request and it needs to be approved. It's not automatically approved, right? So there's no guarantee, but it is possible to request, and some departments definitely do give deferments.
Okay, thank you very much. As you already explained about the scholarship for the postgraduate and from Chevening, someone asked about scholarship for the undergraduate program. Is there any scholarship for the undergraduate program?
Yes, definitely. We do have scholarships for undergraduate programs. That's a great question. In fact, we now have two very important scholarships for undergraduates. One is the Yayasan Al-Bukhari Scholarship or Al-Bukhari Foundation Scholarship. That will give you £20,000 discount on tuition fees over 3 years, right? So that is one program, but it's limited to some departments like Department of Engineering and Warwick Business School, right? So there are only certain departments that you can use that scholarship for. But if you're looking at another department, there is another recently launched scholarship called the Warwick Undergraduate Excellence Scholarship. Warwick Undergraduate Excellence Scholarship. And that includes a number of scholarships that are full tuition fee scholarships. So that means you don't have to pay any tuition fees for the 3 years that you are studying as an undergraduate, right? So and then there are other, because there are 3 tiers. One is a full scholarship, and then there are another 2 partial scholarships that are also available under this scholarship award. Yeah, and so again, if you are interested in these undergraduate scholarships, please feel free to get in touch with me, and I will be sharing with you the link for these scholarships. I am available in my in the Warwick chat room in our virtual booth, so do come and visit me at my booth.
Okay, thank you very much. And that will be the last question for the Q&A session. I have to say that I have several compliments for you, that your presentation is really clear and easy to understand. Okay, so
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
okay, that is the end of our Q&A session. And just a reminder, you can connect with Mr. Imran through the information given. And we also like to remind you that today is the last day of EHEF Indonesia event. Do not miss out the chance to talk directly to the university representative through our virtual fair. You can access it through our website, event.ehef.id. I think like if you want to talk more to the representative from University of Warwick, you can meet Mr. Imran through the website. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Imran for the presentation. See you in our next session, and good evening,
Okay.
everyone. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much, everyone, for listening. Take care and bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Christy Johanna. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the University of Westminster. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome the representative from the University of Westminster, Miss Barbara. Miss Barbara, the time is yours.
Hello, hi everyone. Thanks for joining me today. So my name is Barbara Kelhar. I'm from the International Office at the University of Westminster, and I'll be talking to you a little bit today about our university, where we are, the courses that we offer, and and I'll be happy to answer your questions at the end of the session as well. So let me just get my slides back to the beginning, and then we can start. Okay, so welcome to Westminster then. We're based in London, which has been named the best city in the world for university students for 2018 and 2019 by QS. So you can see there from the information on the slide, it's a really diverse global city. You've got lots of influencers there from all around the world. Lots of culture and history in London. It's a fantastic capital city with lots of things to see and do, lots of influencers from all around the globe. So it's a great place to be a student because it's also the, naturally, it's the centre for many different industries as well and different sectors that you'll be studying and working in. So lots of opportunities available to you there. And then, like it says here, it is like the entire world in one city. So you can find things from countries that you've never visited or experienced before in any way. So you've got food from all around the world, lots of influences of culture and history from different countries as well. And then you can always find things that are familiar to you. So you can find food from across Southeast Asia. You can find your places of worship. There are Indonesian communities in London as well. So you can find things that are very close to home and also experience new things from all around the world as well, which is a fantastic opportunity. So a little bit about the university then and our history. It goes back to 1838 when we were the first polytechnic in the country to open, and we've also always placed a great deal of emphasis on practical skills for our students ever since those early polytechnic years. So we started out with lots of vocational courses, and the vocational element to our programs remains today. So you can see there that we're a large university, over 19,000 students from 165 countries. From Indonesia specifically, we probably have around 65 students with us. So a good number there, and a real variety of different nationalities represented at the university. So it's a real global institution. So we've got very close links with the professional organisations in many sectors that we focus on, lots of work placement opportunities there, and you've got some examples of the companies we work with there. And the majority of our courses have got professional accreditation from the sector that they are focusing on. So here are some of our campuses in central London. So in Fitzrovia, this is a busy commercial part of a city. And here we've got our law school, social sciences, humanities, life sciences, and computer science and engineering. We've also got our own university cinema as well, which is at our Regent Street campus. This was actually the first cinema in the country to show moving pictures. So there's a lot of history there. In the same building, the first photographic studio in Europe was also based too. So there's a lot of sort of influences of history there when it comes to film and photography at Westminster. Then also in central London, we've got our Marylebone campus. So this is our business school and School of Architecture and Cities. We've got campus accommodation here as well for students. So that's right next door to the studies for business and architecture. And then outside central London, we've got our Harrow campus, and this is where we have the School of Arts and Media and Communication. So here you've got a map of the London Underground. So you can see where we are in central London. The campuses are close to many different tube stations, so it's very easy to reach them from other parts of the city. And then the Harrow campus, it's a direct line from central London, so it's very convenient to reach there. And the campus is right next door to the station as well, so that's very handy. Here's a compilation of different rankings across the university, so you can see our recognition and strong position when it comes to areas such as media, communication, tourism, art and design. Creative programs are very strong at Westminster, and then also politics, marketing, accounting and finance, and building, real estate, and also criminology. And there at the bottom, you can see that we're one of the most international universities in the UK as well. Here you've got some of the facilities across our campuses. So we're continuously redeveloping and reinvesting in the facilities that we have for students. Libraries are open 24/7 during term time. We have a cutting edge Bloomberg suite, which is used by our investment and finance students. So this is used for looking at all of the stock markets around the world in real time. It's a virtual trading environment for our students. Excellent workshops and fabrication laboratories for our architecture students. So we've got great model making workshops there for wood, metal, ceramics, 3D printing as well. That's all available there for architecture. And then excellent studios for our film and journalism programs as well. Gyms as well, the gym in Central London, and also the Harrow campus has its own gym. So looking at the different schools across the university, here in Architecture and Cities, there are field trips incorporated into many of the courses. Programs. We've got the excellent facilities that we have at the university for model making. Here you've got an example of one of our field trips. So for tourism, our students actually visited Indonesia on a field trip. So they went to areas outside Bandung to look at community tourism over there. Here you've got our building and property students. And here, this is something that was designed and built by students on a field trip to Finland. Here you've got all the different areas that we cover in Architecture and Cities, and a couple of the newest programs focusing on environmental design and planning and designing cities. Then we've got arts, media and communication. So these creative areas are very strong at Westminster. We've had lots of alumni success in recent years. Here I've included Jim Kay, one of our alumni from illustration, and he has recently illustrated the whole series of Harry Potter books. So you can see there what a fantastic artist he is. Our fashion design students have shown their graduating collections at London Fashion Week for the last few years, and that's the first time that universities have had this opportunity, so that's a fantastic achievement there. And then our film and television students have been very successful at the Royal Television Society Awards. And also on the research side, we've got very strong research institutes for media and arts and communication. So here you've got all of the creative areas that we cover at Westminster. We also focus on the business side of these creative fields. So we've got creative industries management programs incorporated into our portfolio. And here at the bottom, you've got the newest programs that we have in these areas. So we've got interactive media practice, that's looking at app design and web design and the user experience. And you can read about the successes that our students have had on this program if you look at the news section of our website. So then we've got life sciences and computer science. So on many of our bachelor's programs in these areas, students have got the chance to do a work placement year. So that means that they study for 2 years at the university, and then they will go and work in a company for 1 year to get practical experience. Here you've got some examples of companies that are involved in our courses for the work placements. And then students return for their final year of study. And that's been something which has been very successful for students. Many students have got job offers after graduation from the companies where they did their work placements. So here you've got all the different areas that we cover. And the newest programs that we've got are looking at medical science and data science and analytics as well. And also smart computer systems, and these programs include that 1 year work placement for data science and also smart computer systems. The medical science degree is a 3-year program at Westminster, and then students can transfer to our partner university, the University of Malta, for a further 3 years in order to gain a full medical degree. Then we've got the law school. So the law school has got a very active law society at Westminster. So they organise lots of different events and have guest speakers coming in. They have different careers fairs as well, so employment fairs, lots of workshops and presentations led by employers. And students can also be mentored by practicing solicitors and barristers as well to get a real insight into working in the legal field. So here you've got the different areas of law that you can focus on for your postgraduate studies. So for LLM programs, you've got a lot of different areas available to you there. And then we've got humanities and social sciences. Here again, there are lots of field trip and internship opportunities available on many programs. We have international partnerships in these areas. So in politics and international relations, our students will do one of their modules together with Hanoi University. Students have visited the United Nations on field trips. We've got a model United Nations Society at the university, which is very popular, and we've hosted those model UN conferences at the university. And then here at the bottom, you've got our criminology students, and they have been working on a project with the prison service, looking at education within the prisons. Here you've got all the different areas that we cover. The newest program is combining psychology and counselling, and together with the other psychology programs we offer, students have got the chance to do about 1 year work placement as part of their degree. And lastly, we've got the business school. So here again on the bachelor's programs, students can do this 1 year of work experience, a professional experience year we call it. So that will be 2 years of study and then 1 year working and then a final year of study. We have Westminster Business Consultants at the university. So these are students providing professional consultancy services to companies. We've got a business school blog where you can learn a lot more about all of the different industry competitions and hackathons that students get involved in, because there are lots of opportunities for those types of industry business competitions as well at the university. And then here you've got some of the field trips that students have been on to various locations, and we've got the recognition by the Chartered Institute of Marketing, Management, and also ACCA for accounting, so students can get exemptions from those ACCA papers. And then we're also a Centre of Excellence for the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development. So here you've got all the different areas that we cover in business. Here you've got our students who are doing some business challenges with Microsoft. You've got the Westminster Business Consultants here. We have a very popular entrepreneurial society at the university. That's reflected in the programs because we've got entrepreneurial options on business management. We've got some new programs here at the bottom of your screen. So digital business, we've got a new fintech course as well, and new programs focusing on sustainability management and also social enterprise. Then we've got a very strong partnership with Kaplan. So for students who need a pre-bachelor's or a pre-master's course, we've got a foundation for students graduating from the Indonesian high school curriculum. They will do a one-year foundation program with Kaplan, and that leads on to very many pathways at the university. So we work very closely with the college. There's a very strong relationship between the college and Westminster. So students each year progress onto many different degree programs. Here you've got the newest foundation, which is art and design, and the different creative programs that students will join at Westminster after completing the one-year course at Kaplan. There's also an international year one in business. So this is a more intensive program, and it leads on to year two of our BA business management degrees at the university. And then for students looking at a master's program, if your grades are lower than our general requirements, then you'll need to do the pre-masters, and that leads on to business and law master's degrees at Westminster. So there are many ways you can add value to your degree while you're studying with us. Lots of our undergraduate programs have got electives available. You'll see this symbol on the course information pages on our website. So you can choose an elective subject. Many foreign languages are available as electives. So you've got 8 to choose from. Different levels are available as well. You can choose a brand new language or continue with something you've already been studying. We have Westminster Working Cultures, which has been a new initiative running for the past couple of years, and our students have gone to different places around the world to look at the working cultures and the way that our alumni work in these different locations. We've got Talent Bank at the university, so you can get paid for some part-time work at the university itself. There are lots of volunteering schemes available as well, so that's something which would help you learn some new skills, meet new people and add value to your CV. We've got student-run radio, magazine and TV at Westminster. That's called Smoke Media. Our radio station particularly has been very successful, and here you've got the winners of the Student Radio Awards 2020. And then on our bachelor's degree programs, many students have got the opportunity to study at one of our partner universities as part of their degree as well. So our student advice teams at the university are very important to make sure that your time with us is a success and a happy time. So we've got our great student advice team. They deal with any welfare issues, visas, immigration issues. They organise our Student Welcome Festival, which helps people to settle into life at the university. We organise airport pickups as well as part of that welcome programme. We have academic support. Pre-sessional English is available to students who need it as well. And the libraries organise lots of different academic support and training programmes to help you during your studies. We've got our Friends of Arriving New Students, who are students studying with us, doing the same undergraduate subject as our new starters. So they're paired up to make sure that there's a smooth transition into the university. The Students' Union is very active at Westminster, so we've got lots of different clubs and societies that you can get involved in. Our sporting teams are all called the Westminster Dragons, you see here. And we compete against other universities. We've got great outdoor sports facilities as well. Here you've got our sports grounds in West London, and students can also access the Students' Union for any help or advice that they need while they're studying with us. Then we've got our Careers and Employability Service. So they do a lot of very important work with students right from the start of your studies throughout your university career. So they hold lots of different workshops. They have mock interview sessions. They can prepare you for psychometric testing as part of application processes. They run a very large mentoring scheme at the university. So this has been extremely successful over the last few years. Students are paired up with a mentor and they get a lot of extra careers advice and guidance from them, and we've had a lot of very successful mentoring pairings over the last few years. They also focus on job search strategies specifically for international students in the careers service. Careers fairs are held throughout the year as well, and many of them are subject specific as well, so focusing on a particular area such as the law careers fair, tourism, property and construction. They're sector specific ones as well, where you can meet with employers and find out about different opportunities. Then we have the Creative Enterprise Centre. So this is focusing on developing students' entrepreneurship skills. There are many opportunities to get involved in industry hackathons, in internships, different workshops and projects are always included in there as well. So lots of opportunities available there. Then you've got the university accommodation at Westminster. So it's mainly single rooms. We do have a couple. We do have a small number of shared rooms, which work out to be cheaper than single accommodation. They're en suite as well. And you've got all of the details on our accommodation website. So we've got 360 tours of the halls available there as well. So you can see the Harrow Halls and Raffles House, which are our main accommodation halls for undergraduate students. And then the accommodation office has also got information on private accommodation options as well. Okay, we've got a January 2021 intake. So September is the main start of the academic year for us, but in January, we also have postgraduate courses in these different subject areas starting at Westminster. And then we've got a couple of undergraduate bachelor's programs, which are also going to be starting in 2021 in January. And then September will be our main intake for the year. We've got a scholarship scheme at the university, so there are various scholarships you can apply for. The majority are partial scholarships, £3,000, but we do have a small number of full scholarships available each year. And here you've got the details. There's a full section of the website dedicated to scholarships, so you can find out the full information there. And then we have alumni discounts, which are available as well. Here you've got a summary of our tuition fees. So for undergraduate programs, it's the same tuition fee for all courses. Postgraduate master's programs vary depending on the course itself. And here you've got the price range. But if you look on the individual course page, then you've got the exact fees on there. And then here you've got estimated living costs as well. So that's an estimate to cover your accommodation, travel, personal expenses. And this is actually the amount which is required when you're applying for a student visa. Entry requirements are on our different country pages. So for each country, we've got a different web page, and it will give you the requirements specifically for Indonesia if you go to that page. Okay, so here you've just got some other useful links where you can find out a lot more information about Westminster. We've got some recordings of online information sessions that we've been running over the last few months. So you can find out a lot more information from our course leaders there. We've been holding virtual open days this year. And you've got details of the upcoming ones here on the website as well. Coronavirus response page will give you updates about what's happening with our teaching at the moment. The majority of our teaching is being held online, For the January intake, the first 2 weeks of teaching will all be online, and then some of our more practical courses will have a small amount of on-campus delivery. So you can find out about all of those updates there. And here I've included one of our Indonesian students, who I've been told is a very popular vlogger and blogger over in Indonesia. So Ahmad has got a YouTube channel. He's very big on Instagram as well, and he's done a couple of films about his studies at the university. He's studying entrepreneurship at Westminster Business School, and here you can find a little tour of the campus with him as well and find out about his experiences in London. Okay, so that brings me to the end of my presentation then. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you've got. So thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for your presentation. Now we will begin the Q&A session. I will read the question that already posted in the YouTube comment section. So for the first question, is it possible to cross-program in the University of Westminster? If someone graduated for the undergraduate from mechanical engineering, are they eligible to apply for my master degree in software engineering?
Yeah, well, for many programs at master's level, you don't need to have a specific type of degree. So, for example, in the business school, we take students from engineering, from computing. Students come from humanities areas. So, for business, for example, you can have a degree in any subject area. On some of the more technical programs, then you do need to have a degree in that specific field. So, for example, if you want to do biotechnology as a master's program, you need to have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences or biotechnology or biology. So it depends on what you want to study at master's level. Yeah. But for the computing programs, an engineering background would be appropriate. Yeah. So on each course information page, we've got a section of entry requirements, and there it will tell you if you need to have your bachelor's degree in a certain subject. But for many of them, we consider any bachelor's degree.
Thank you very much. The second question would be, which faculty should I choose if I want a placement in Schneider Electric? So this is quite specific, like a chance for a placement in Schneider Electric. What kind of faculty that usually offer a placement there?
Right. Well, I'm not. Well, that area would be computer science and software engineering. So if they look at those programs on the website, it will give you some information there about the types of companies that are involved in those programs. So I think that would be the best place to start, really. But obviously it's not, when you're looking at a course, you need to look at the structure of a program and the modules, not just the possibility of working with a certain company. Yeah, you need to make sure that the course itself is right for you as well.
Thank you very much. Next question. Is it possible to study at the School of Architecture in Melbourne, but have your dorm room to be in Harrow?
Yes, it is. That's possible. Yeah. So when you're looking at the accommodation, you can request a room in any of the halls. So from the Harrow campus to the Marylebone campus, which is where we have the School of Architecture, it would take you around 25 minutes by public transport to reach. So it's very convenient. It's a single line. It's direct. So yes, that would definitely be possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question. I believe I'm not really familiar with this, but I think you know more. Hi, I'm interested in MAURP program. Can you tell me the requirements for that program?
MAURB.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure
Yeah.
what the URB is. Yeah, MA. I'm presuming is Master of Arts, but I don't know what they mean by URB. Perhaps they can clarify that. Can
Yeah.
they give us the full name?
Yeah. For the questionnaire, maybe you can tell us more, like which program that you mean in your question. Okay. Let's go to the next question. So while surfing through Westminster website, I found recognition of prior learning. Can you give explanation more about this?
Well, that's something that would refer to a student who perhaps doesn't have the academic qualifications that we're asking for a particular course, but they may have, they may have work experience that we'll take into account. That's something that we always look at for people. So if you don't have the exact qualifications that we're asking for, but you may have some other qualifications, then that's something that we would take a look at.
Related to that, can someone with like Indonesia's GPA that is below 3.0, are you familiar with the system of Indonesia's GPA?
Yeah.
Can they apply to the university?
Yes, so on our Indonesia webpage, we've got details of our requirements for undergraduate and postgraduate programs and the requirements that we have from Indonesia. So what we're looking for, if it's a GPA system out of 4, then for most of our programs, we're looking for a minimum of 2.8. Yeah, so from some universities, if it's an A accredited department, then we'll consider 2.6. Yeah. So if someone has got a lower GPA than that, then obviously if it's 2.0, then we're probably not going to consider them. But if they're, a few points below our requirement, then it's worth contacting us and finding out whether we could take their work experience into account, for example. So we would look at people who have got slightly lower qualifications.
Okay, thank you very much. So the questioner, the one that asked about the previous question. So what she meant by the MAU RP is actually Master of Art in Urban and Regional Planning. So what is the requirement for that program? Master of Art in Urban and Regional Planning.
Oh, right. Okay. So I just need to quickly go to the course information page because it will tell you on there. So urban and regional planning. So you need to have a good bachelor's degree. Let me just double check. Okay, so yeah, you need to have that GPA of at least 2.6 out of 4. We would also like, if people have got some work experience in this field, then that's fantastic. They should include that information as well. And obviously the English language requirement is there too. So for all of our master's programs, the requirement is IELTS 6.5 with 6 in writing.
Okay, so for the students that maybe like from Indonesia that apply with GPA below 3.0, is it possible for them to get a scholarship?
They can apply for one of our partial scholarships. Yeah, so the scholarships work in that, first of all, you need to have an offer from Westminster, and then you can apply for a scholarship because it's a separate application. So you're welcome to apply for a partial scholarship with a GPA. You'd need to have at least 2.8.
Thank you very much. Okay. Someone asked, what do you think of manufacturing in the UK after the Brexit? Because I think like he's interested in doing a startup. So like, do you have any support from the university for students that want to do startup and then working in the UK? And then like,
Yeah.
do you think is the
Well, yeah, as I mentioned before, the Career Development Centre and our Creative Enterprise Centre, they have got lots of support that they give to students who are looking at, particularly the Creative Enterprise Centre, they're looking at developing students' entrepreneurial skills. So they can, so they can perhaps look at launching their own company. We've got an entrepreneurship and innovation master's program at Westminster as well, which is specifically for people that may have their own business idea already. And we sort of mentor them and coach them through the whole process of developing and finalizing their business idea, and even getting them to the point where they can pitch their idea and pitch their business idea to a group of potential investors. Obviously, moving forward, these are very challenging times with Brexit, with COVID-19 and the big sort of impact that has had on business and manufacturing. But there are, these big challenges are forcing people to be more creative when it comes to setting up their own businesses. And it's like making people change their idea of business as well, and people have got more importance placed on social enterprise as well, and not purely running a business for profit, but in reinvesting in that business and in their community. And that's something that we're very proud to support as well at the university.
Thank you very much. Next question. Someone asked, is there any PhD program for business and economics?
So we've got a big research field at the university. We have PhD students across all of the different schools at Westminster. And in business, we have students doing PhDs in the areas of economics as well as marketing, human resources. On our website, there is a whole section about research. So if you go to our website, go to the research section, and then you can look at all of the different research fields that we work with at Westminster. You can look at the different research groups. It tells you all about how to apply and gives you tips about things such as writing your research proposal, and there's a lot of information there.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be the last question for the Q&A session. Someone asked, is there any scholarship for magister programs in business and economics, especially for accounting?
Okay, so our scholarships at Westminster are applicable to all programs. So it's not, the scholarships we have are not for a particular course or a particular subject area. So when you see our scholarships information on the website, you can apply for a scholarship for any program. So that's fine.
Okay, okay, then that's the end of our Q&A session. And just a reminder, you can connect with Ms. Barbara, or you can ask the representative from the University of Westminster. Maybe you can share again the slide for the contacts. Okay.
Okay, so there you've got all of the links, and I'll just share my email address here as well.
Yeah. So yeah, you can contact the University of Westminster representative from the information given. And don't forget that right now we also have our virtual fair. You can access the virtual fair through our website, event.ehef.id. You can talk to the representative from University of Westminster and other universities from through that virtual fair. So that's it. Thank you for watching, everyone, and see you in our next session. Thank you very much, Miss Barbara, for the presentation.
Terima kasih and
Terima
sampai
kasih.
jumpa.
Sampai jumpa. Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye. Good evening,
Bye-bye.
everyone. See you in our next session. Okay, hello, good evening everyone. Welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Christy Johanna. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by the University of Portsmouth. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome Ms. Adele Wong from the University of Portsmouth. Ms. Adele, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here, and I hope everyone is having a good evening. I won't waste any of your time, so I shall start straight away to present the university to all of you. If you just give me a moment, I will share my screen. Here we go. Could I just have a thumbs up to just see if you are able to see my screen? Great, excellent. Okay, so my name's Adele. I'm the regional director for this part of the world, which of course includes Indonesia and Portsmouth. For a start, we're in the south of England, and you can see us right at the bottom of the map there, about 70 miles from London. Takes about an hour and a half by train. We're also a gateway to Europe, so for students who are interested to travel during their studies, we're right next to France and Spain. We do have very good transportation links, and because we're near the sea, train, road, and of course, we have an airport nearby at Southampton as well, what we would call probably a domestic airport, but that flies to Europe as well. But most students from Asia will typically come in at Heathrow in London. This is just a picture for you, an image that for you to imagine what it looks like in the city of Portsmouth. As you can see, we're by the seaside, and this is typical. We are an island city, so you would see the sea around us most of the time. The tower that you see there is called the Spinnaker Tower. It's a symbol of the South, so when folks see that, they typically understand that you're talking about the south of England. The campus is about a 5 to 10 minute walk from the tower. The university in 2020 was ranked at number 21 on the Guardian League table. We do have a QS rating, and we're one of only 13 universities in the UK that have a 5-star rating. We do quite well in our graduate employment as well. As you can see, there's over 90%. And we're fairly proud of our Teaching Excellence Award as well. And we've been given the highest award, which is a gold rating for teaching excellence. The university is about 150 years old. We're known as a modern university of approximately 25,000 students. But in terms of international students, we have about 20% or just slightly more. Half of them are typically from Europe. So if you actually think about it, it's only about 10% that come from the rest of the world. And that's why we'd love to invite more Indonesian students and students from Asia across to us. We have 5 faculties, and you can see here we have business and law, creative and cultural industries, humanities and social sciences. We do have science and technology as well. And altogether, we have over 400 degree programs, so quite a lot to choose from. We do also have a January / February start date, so an intake for some students who might be interested in postgraduate courses mainly. And also for those from high school who might want to transfer early, you could take a foundation pathway as well. In our Faculty of Business and Law, we have all sorts of courses ranging from accounting to law, of course. We have our own School of Law, finance, marketing, human resources, risk management, international business and management. And most of them are accredited. So for example, if you were taking a bachelor degree in accounting, you'd get full accreditation from, say, ACCA. We also have CIMA accreditation, as well as CPA Australia. So these are well-recognized courses. And from the pictures, you can actually see some of the facilities that we have for students. So we have our own mock courtroom for students to practice their law. We have our own Bloomberg suite as well, for students studying courses like accounting and finance. They'll be exposed to stock trading with live information streaming in from London. So this is a brief introduction to our business faculty. We also have the Faculty of Technology. And again, I've picked pictures here to give you an idea of some of the facilities we have, and you can see some there on robotics. Courses that tend to be more popular include civil engineering, product design. We have some new courses related to energy and power engineering as well. We have a School of Computing, and typically the popular areas of study these days include cybersecurity and digital forensics and data analytics, which we also have. Of course, we also have the traditional courses like computer science and computing, software engineering. These are all available as well. We do have a very strong department in mathematics and physics, where we teach subject areas like logistics and supply chain management and applied astrophysics. In our Faculty of Science, again, if you have a look at the images, it gives you an idea of what we offer. There is a dental academy, there's a department of psychology, School of Sports Science. However, we are quite well known for our health sciences, as well as our School of Biology and Biomedical Sciences. So courses that tend to be popular are pharmacy, of course, biomedical science, biology. Currently is very popular because of the work that we're doing in the area of plastics and how it affects the environment. We have a sports science school, and this is also rated quite highly. We do have geosciences, so courses like geology, geographical information systems, and a very popular area in postgraduate studies would be the crisis and disaster management. In our Faculty of Creative and Cultural Industries, one of our most popular areas is architecture and interior design, if you're looking at it from a postgraduate point of view. We are also very well known for visual effects and computer animations, film production as well. And we do have something that's quite unique, which is the performing arts. So if you're interested in things like drama, or you have a passion for singing, then there is the option of musical theatre as well. In our Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences sits our Institute of Criminal Justice, which is the largest in the UK. So we do have quite a long list of subject areas related to crime and criminology. In fact, it's probably one of the longest amongst all the universities in the UK. So if you're interested in studying forensic studies, then we're the place for you. We also offer areas in education. So if you're interested in early childhood education, or at postgraduate level, if you're interested in leadership and management within an education environment, that's also available. We are also known for languages, and we have one of the top-rated schools of languages in Europe. So if you were interested in, say, teaching English, we have a TESOL program. We have applied linguistics, and we have at bachelor level combination degrees like English and creative writing or English and media studies, for example. So you could always check some of these out on our website. We also have an area of social studies. So if you're interested in history or journalism, we've recently been re-established as the #1 journalism program at bachelor level in the country. We do have this recognition from the professional industry and the association. We also offer international relations and other subject areas like sociology. This is the league table for this year in 2020, just to give you an idea. These league tables tend to be quite fluid over the years. You go up and you go down, but as of 2020, these were the ratings that we have for certain subject areas. So as you can see, we do have some subject areas in the top 10 in the country and some in the top 20. So if you're interested in studying any of these areas, we're a good place for you. I mentioned biology earlier. So we were ranked 3rd this year, including design, followed by criminology, sports science, and mathematics. In our top 20, we have things like fashion, social work, environmental sciences, and architecture, pharmacy and pharmacology, an area of engineering, which is electronics, and international relations. In our courses for this coming February, we do have a list of postgraduate programs that are available. And we have a short list for undergraduate programs, which are typically top-up courses. However, if you are interested in any of the programs, our orientation does start at the end of January and will start in early February. These courses, of course, are the information is available on our website. So please do have a look at our website because you're probably not going to remember all of this. So a good reference will be our website. These are just some additional images for you to have a look. We do want to stress that we focus on employability in all of our courses. So these will be very much practical programs. We try to link you to industry as much as possible. So you may have some assignments that are linked to actual organizations in industry. And this is, I believe, something that students these days are looking for. So if you are looking for a course that has a practical base, then we're probably a good place to start looking. When students come across, we do offer quite a lot of support. So for those of you who've never come to the UK before, we offer airport pickup direct to the campus from London. We have a group of people who advise on visas, student exchange programs if you were interested to go on an exchange, housing if you're interested to stay on campus, and even in private housing as well. We have an advisory team that helps students with things like essay writing, presentation skills, and even helping you with your, say, dissertation or thesis that you are preparing. We do also have an employment department that helps students with part-time work if you were interested. One thing I'd like to stress is that all of our students, regardless of whether you're a home British student or an international student, you're always assigned a personal tutor. So you'll always have somebody to talk to if you have an issue with understanding your work or if you have a personal issue. Students can get a varied experience when they're with us. So we do offer in our undergraduate, so that's the bachelor degree programs, I would say about somewhere between 80 to 90% of our courses include a sandwich work placement year. So, and this is typically between year 2 and year 3. So if you came across to us as a bachelor degree student, you have the option of going out to work for 1 year as a student within your degree program. You could possibly also study abroad for a term if you were interested to go to one of our partner universities somewhere in the world. You could work part-time. Usually students are given the opportunity to work up to a maximum of 20 hours a week. So this potentially could help you earn some pocket money if you were interested. We also offer languages for free, and this is available for all of our students across the university. So if you decided, okay, since I'm in the UK and I'm right next to Europe, if I decided to go on a holiday, perhaps I could pick up some French or some Spanish or even some German. And these are courses that we offer for free. We do also hold summer schools. Unfortunately, at this time, due to COVID, these are temporarily on hold until the situation improves and we will start to offer the summer schools again. Again, these are some additional pictures. We do offer students other sorts of experiences as well. So it's not all just about studying. We do have social events that are organized by the student union and the university as well. The crowd of people that you see there, that's during our global week. And all the different nationalities come out to celebrate and promote their cultures. The other pictures there, you see our students going on excursions to different locations, whether it's to the beach, to Stonehenge. You could be going up to London to watch a musical, or maybe even going to Scotland or to, say, Europe, for example, for a short weekend. Other things that students get involved in whilst they're with us could be clubs and societies. So there are all sorts of things, almost any sport you can think of, we probably have a club for it, and a whole range of societies as well. I've picked up something from Facebook, and there is an Indonesian society, they call it PPI Portsmouth. So if you are interested to get into this group, or maybe to even start your own group and register that with the Students' Union, this is all possible. Our tuition fees for the coming year, so this is starting in September of 2021, there is a range for the course fees. It ranges from £15,500 upwards to £17,600, depending on your course. So usually the more expensive courses are related to laboratory facilities. And if you were studying, say, a business program, then it would probably be in the lower range. For students going out on placements, say, for example, if you decided you wanted to go out on a work placement here, you don't pay a tuition fee, but there is a placement fee to be paid, and that's minimal at about 2,600. If students accept their offers coming over to us, so if we gave you an offer for a course and we're happy to have you, and you're happy with the course that is offered, you could accept it, and at that point you could decide to pay your deposit so that we can issue you a CAS, which you will need to apply for a visa. We do offer scholarships, and these are scholarships for any course that you apply to, so they are not restricted to specific courses. So for next year in September, if you're coming in, if you're holding an Indonesian passport, first of all, you will automatically be entitled to a one-off scholarship worth £1,600. Now, if you are an excellent student, say, and you wanted to try to apply for a merit-based scholarship, which means that you will be competing with other students, that scholarship is worth £5,000, and it is also a one-off award. students who decide they want to continue studying with us. And if you think that's okay, I've done a bachelor degree, perhaps I'll do a master's, you'll get a 20% discount on your tuition fee if you decide to come across to us as an alumni. Our accommodation is available on campus, and this is very near all the faculty buildings, so somewhere between a 5 to 10-minute walk, or even less. But we also offer private accommodation, and this is available. You can actually view these options on our website. These are just some pictures of what we offer. So they will be single rooms, typically, usually with an attached bathroom. And the kitchens are normally quite large. So these are the facilities where we do usually have students sharing. So you could have perhaps 5 students sharing kitchen. And that's quite useful for socializing, to make friends and eat together. Because your rooms are all single rooms. In terms of living costs, we're a lot more cost effective and we're a lot cheaper than larger cities. Portsmouth is generally a medium-sized city, so it's not as expensive to live in Portsmouth. And because our buildings are fairly close together, you don't really need to spend any money on transportation going from, say, your halls of residence to the faculty building and your classes, or say if you wanted to go to the library. These are all within walking distance, so you do actually save a lot of money from not having to take any kind of transportation to classes. An estimated cost, so this is an average that we take from our students reporting back to us each year. So the average, I'd say, is about £9,000 a year. It could be less or more, depending on your lifestyle. Of course, this doesn't include things like holidays abroad and all of that. So this is for basic student living. I should also point out for students who are concerned about halal food, we do have quite a few grocery stores and supermarkets that sell halal food, because we do get quite a number of Islamic students coming to us from various countries and different continents. So if you're concerned about this, don't worry, we do have a lot of halal food available. And if you're also concerned about things like prayer areas, this is also available for our Muslim students. Just very quickly, I wanted to leave you my email address in case you're interested and you wanted to get in touch with us, and if you had more questions. Obviously, I will take questions now and I will help to answer as many as I can at this time. But if you have questions later on, you can always get in touch with me through this email. I just have a very quick question for our timekeeper and our organizers. I have a few slides that I wanted to highlight on the COVID situation at the university. Do I have any more minutes that could be spared?
Yes, you actually have some time left for the presentation.
Okay, brilliant. So just very quickly, in case students were kind of curious and wondering what's going on in the UK right now, and particularly in Portsmouth, if I were interested to study here, how are we handling the situation? So I'll just briefly show you a few slides. We are very concerned with health and safety when it comes to our students and our staff. So we have put into place, and we were one of the first few universities to actually have a lot of these implemented on campus. So what is happening right now? So students who've come in already for the autumn intake, and we will also apply this for our February intake, is our large lectures will no longer be held face-to-face. They will be delivered online for large lectures. However, for small group teaching, studio-based learning, or workshops, for example, if you're studying subject areas like engineering or pharmacy that required laboratory work, or if you were in graphic design, for example, these will still be held face-to-face, and we have all the regulations put in, and I'll show you this in the next slide. Your tutorials and your smaller seminars for discussions with your lecturers can also be held face-to-face. Now, these are the measures that we have put into place, and we follow these quite strictly. There will be social distancing within the classes, and in the UK, that means a 2-meter distance. Students are required to wear PPE, so you have your masks. We have cleaning done all the time. We have one-way systems within our buildings, so you go in one way, you come out another. We've had to make a lot of rearrangements to actually have all this in place. So rest assured that these have been put into place, and that we are keeping to this fairly strictly. So there are automated hand sanitizers and temperature scanners as well for all the buildings. So as I mentioned, large group settings, they will no longer be held face-to-face. So all of these will be delivered online, and they will be recorded for students as well. So this is actually a benefit. So if, let's say, you are not able to attend a large lecture on a normal day, you normally don't have a recording, but today you do. So you're able to watch it anytime you want, and you can watch it again and again if you wanted. So in January, we have what we called a blended and connected delivery. So you will still be connected with everyone, with your lecturers, your personal tutors, all your support services, and you will have a blend of some face-to-face classes as well. We do have 24/7 welfare support. So when students come in, and if, let's say, you were required to be self-isolated or quarantined, we do provide the support if you needed food delivered. There is a number to call. And when you arrive in the first instance, we do have food prepared for you, and that is already packed and waiting for you when you arrive. Now, whenever you are ready, so there are some students who decide, okay, maybe I'm not so comfortable to come over right now. You can choose to study online with us first, in the first instance. And when you feel that you feel more comfortable and you feel more confident of coming across, we will be ready to receive you at any time within that semester. So for example, students who are coming across in February for that semester, if they decide, okay, maybe not February, maybe I'll come in April, that's absolutely fine, and we'll be ready for you. These are some of the questions that students do ask us quite commonly. What are the cases in Portsmouth? Are there many cases there? Now, we're in the south of England, so we're in an area where we have one of the lowest number of cases. As of the last report from the city within the last week, I think we had about 20 cases within the university. So that's a very, very low number for a city, and we are a major city. Now, students may also ask, if I paid my deposit and I changed my mind because maybe the situation hasn't improved well enough, could I get a refund, or could I maybe defer my fees to the following semester or following intake? Yes, this is possible, but do please check with us first. Will there be online pre-sessional English courses? Now, there are some students who feel that there are pre-sessional courses that they want to take, or you may be required to take an English course in the summer before you come to us. The answer is yes, we have now made these available. Our intake dates are now February and September. We could push this on to October. We're not sure yet. We'll see how things go. But at this point in time, it's September. We have our own COVID testing centers on campus. So we were actually the very first university to have this available. And we now have 2 test centers. So one for people who come across with symptoms and another test site for those without symptoms. So we're ready and we're prepared. In fact, we're preparing right now for students to take tests so that they can go home for Christmas. Right, so that's it, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any that are that you'd like answered.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Adele Wong, for the presentation. I think it's really great for you to be really open about the COVID-19 situation. I think, like, especially for international students, they need reassurance about their safety when they go to Portsmouth. So I will read some questions from the YouTube comment section that already asked from the viewers. The first question will be, hello. Can a candidate from a B accredited university apply for a postgraduate in University of Portsmouth?
I think if you have completed a bachelor degree in Indonesia, regardless of the institution that you come from, we will assess every student on a case-to-case basis and fairly, and we will look at typical things like what subject area you'd studied before, what course you're applying to, if they are related or not. Also, maybe your GPA or the grade that you had achieved. And your English levels. So these are some of the things that we will look at to assess your application. And yes, there's always that possibility of applying from your bachelor degree into our postgraduate programs. So the answer is yes.
Thank you very much for your answer. The next question. So for high school students that right now is in the 12th grade and will graduate in 2021, can they directly apply to join the bachelor program, or do they have to take foundation year?
Right, that's a very good question. Now, we have an associate college called the International College of Portsmouth. I didn't have a slide on this today, but if you go to our website, there will be links to our college. So bear in mind the name is ICP Portsmouth, and they are on campus with us. And students from Indonesia from grade 12 can go directly into year 1 of a degree at the college, provided we offer the course, of course. And they can then proceed to do the second year at the university itself. So we're doing this because the college actually provides a lot more support. There is more face-to-face time, whether it's online these days or actually physically face-to-face, to assist the student coming in from a different education system. Also because in the UK, we usually have 13 years of study at school level, whereas, as you said, in Indonesia, you have up to 12 years. So we do have to have that additional support for students coming across from Indonesia. But if your grade is good enough, then we will consider taking you directly into year 1 of the degree at the college. And you can then transfer to year 2 at the university. When you apply to the college and come across, you will be given a visa from the university itself. So you will actually be registered as a university student, even if you're studying at the college. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Next question. Someone asked about the employment rate of international students after they graduate from the University of Portsmouth. Like, do you know, like, how much is the employment rate, especially for them if they want to work in the UK?
I think it varies very much course to course. Well, I think in one of my earliest slides, I'd shown that we had quite a good rate for Portsmouth in terms of what students do after their studies. So I think there was a 97%, I think it was on my slide earlier, where students go into either a job or into a postgraduate program after their studies, and this is sort of looked at 6 months after their graduation. Whether they are employed in the UK or internationally, anywhere else in the world, we're not able to give you the statistics right now. But I think safe to say, with employability as such a big issue these days, and something that we really focus on at the university, we try to enable our students as much as possible to be employed in the UK as well. And now with this post-study work visa coming up, starting from the summer of next year, students can stay back and work in the UK. So if you are unable to find a job in the early days, you're actually given 2 years to actually secure a job in the UK, because that is what the new visa will enable you to do. Does that help at all?
I think that's really clear. Okay, let's go to the next question. Someone asked, I will read it for you. I studied German literature in my bachelor degree and now working as a German teacher. But now I interested to learn English and really want to take TESOL in Portsmouth University. Is it possible?
Yes, it's possible, definitely possible, especially if you've been teaching languages before. I suppose the only thing we would ask is what is your current level for English language? And if you're able to show us that via, say, an IELTS or a TOEFL score, then yes, very much we would love to have you as a student for TESOL or any of our applied linguistics programs. We even have students taking, say, translation studies as well at postgraduate level. So yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe last question for the Q&A session. Do you have any tips for the students that wants to apply to the University of Portsmouth for their personal statement letter, or maybe tips for the reference letter that it should provide in order to apply to the university?
Okay, so that's 2 parts. So I'll talk about personal statement very briefly first. I don't want to confine students too much because they're free to write whatever they wish in a personal statement, but just as a guide, it shouldn't be too long, because we're not looking at a competition for essay writing, but ideally we would like to hear a bit about your background, particularly your academic background, why you decided that you wanted to study in the UK or Portsmouth, and also why you selected this particular subject area and what you plan to do in the future with this. So these are probably the more important points that we'd like to understand from the student and that we typically look for within a personal statement. Obviously, if you wanted to tell us about all the great points about yourself, we're very happy to have that on the personal statement. If you've had any voluntary work or observation or even paid work experience, particularly for bachelor degree students, that will be very useful. Also, if you were a postgraduate applicant, whether you've worked before or if you were a fresh graduate, that will be also useful for us to know. If we were to look at a reference, again, depending on what sort of application you're putting across, if you're applying for a bachelor degree, then we would like to have 2 academic references. And if you are a postgraduate student, and if you've had some work experience, it would be beneficial to have at least 1 academic reference, but also an employer's reference as well. Because this is also useful to know what sort of work background a postgraduate student has. So in terms of what sort of content should go in, obviously all the nice things about you. Again, if you have anything that the employer could tell us or the academic could tell us, of your strengths, particularly academic strengths, whether they feel confident that you could proceed to study at a higher level or capable of research. Things like this are also important for us. We do have a web page on our website that actually gives you a few pointers, probably a little bit more detail than what I've just shared. So if you just took a quick peek at our website, you'll probably have a better idea.
Okay, thank you. So that is the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder, you can connect with the representative from the University of Portsmouth through the information given earlier. Maybe you can go back to the slide that show the, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, that one. Okay, thank you very much. And just a reminder that today is the last day of EHEF Indonesia event, and you still have chance to talk directly to the university representative through our virtual fair. You can access it through our website, event.ehef.id. So thank you very much for watching. And this is the last EHEF webinar series. Thank you very much. And see you again in EHEF Indonesia 2021. Thank you everyone for watching. Good evening.
You. Thank you for having me. Selamat malam.
Selamat malam. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.